Barney? Sarah asked. She was crouched at the subflooring opening, running scans on her tablet. He's off the team. I kept my tone neutral. No one seemed surprised, like they were aware of his plan. I wondered how many of them were in on it. Everything fixed up? I scanned the data while Sarah walked me through the details. Colton, there's a message for you at the office. Barb's voice emerged from my tablet, and I stood, excusing myself. I found my assistant holding a cup of much-needed coffee as I entered the room, and she closed the doors. What the hell happened? Which part? I asked. Barney! You didn't even check in afterwards. I was worried sick. Your tablet was off. Barb paced the office, spilling coffee. Sorry, I said, taking the cup from her shaking grip. I was preoccupied. Well, what are we going to do? She demanded. About what? I don't know. It feels like everything is changing. More of our people are starting to wig out, Barb said. You could cut the tension in the city. Really? I hadn't noticed. 2 Angor were discovered dead outside the boundaries last night. Then Barney? I'm scared. Barb was unflappable. Ever the rock I could count on to get things done. I'd never seen her out of sorts before. It'll be fine. Do you want to transfer? I think after yesterday I could put in a good word with Rolash. Have you sent somewhere nicer? I offered. Maybe. Barb plunked onto her office chair. You sure it'll be fine? I wasn't, but there was no point in worrying her anymore. Yes. I checked the time, wondering when this big announcement was coming. Have you heard any news out of New York? She used her computer, searching quickly, her lips pursed. How did you know? Call it a hunch. I sat at my desk, and she pinged the article to me. Exciting announcement in 2:39. The seconds ticked down on the web page. What is this about? Barb came to my desk, rolling her chair beside mine to stare at my large screen. I guess we'll learn together. As I watched the countdown, I felt my own hourglass dropping sand at the bottom. Finally, the press conference began. The human government's offices were located in a building called Unity Tower inside Central Park, and I saw the Unity Earth flag on the left side with our planet's 7 continents highlighted as stars along the right border. On the opposite edge of the podium was Angor's flag, a blue banner with wavy white lines. No one stood at the podium, and I turned the volume up, anxious and concerned for this declaration. I'd wrung a few details from Amy, and now I regretted bothering her and making her divulge information illegally. Who's that? Barb asked as a woman approached, stopping behind the lectern. Her face was older, her eyes more distant, but it was her. My breath caught in my lungs, and my vision narrowed as white spots darted over my sight. That's Indy Hart, I whispered. I hadn't seen her since I was 15. I knew she'd gone to New York, but had no idea she worked at Unity Tower. Indy faced the cameras and smiled. People of Earth, human and Angor, we are thrilled to be providing this statement today. I'm Assistant Director Indy Hart. The Unity Accord was the most important document we've ever signed. It allowed us to partner with the Angor in our great time of need. They've taken our world and ensured that no one goes hungry, that we all have access to fresh water, health care, and shelter. She paused, and I leaned closer, amazed that she sounded exactly as she had when we were kids. In this accord, there were rewards for our compliance. We were only too happy to oblige and allow the Angor space and authority to better Earth without assistance. Now, we're being offered something spectacular. She waited, staring at the camera. Dramatic effect, I whispered. It was classic Indy. She was the best friend I'd ever known. Even to this day, I'd never met someone who came close to replacing her. But those were different times. I like to think of my life as BA and AA. Before Angor, my world was small. Baseball, history exams, and Friday night movies. After Angor was full of heartache, hard work, and loneliness. Since the moment I knew I had the defect, I wouldn't let anyone get close. In a month, we will be sending 10,000 people to Dicor. Indy's smile was genuine. She was obviously eager to share this news. I caught the familiar sparkle in her dark green eyes and noticed the lines crinkling near them. I wished I could talk to her at that moment, to tell her I was sorry, that I hadn't meant to push her away. "What is she going on about?" Barb asked. I have no idea, but I did. A little. "We will ask for volunteers. Use the link below to fill out the forms, expressing what makes you a suitable candidate for this mission. Colonizing another planet is not an easy feat. We need strong people, resourceful minds, and capable hands. This may be a one-way mission for some of you, but we have a plan for a connection from Dicor to Earth. This will be revealed in due time. The Angor have been ideal partners, and now they've fulfilled their promise yet again. Please welcome Director Ulasan for more on the project." "We have another planet?" Barb croaked out. "How are we getting there?" My heart was pumping quickly. They were leaving in 1 month. That was too soon. Indy stepped aside but stayed near the Earth flag while the illustrious leader of our visiting Angor took her place at the lectern. He was tall by their standards, with wide shoulders and a narrow face. "People of Earth, today may be as important as the one we arrived. The expedition will commence immediately. We will choose our candidates within days and begin the process of training you at Angor City. From there, we will depart on Palora." I couldn't believe it. Palora was their primary vessel, the one that had carried this man and his closest 20,000 to our surface 2 decades ago. "We'll make a single stop before continuing to Dicor. Some of you will set foot on your new colony world before 5 months are finished." 5 months? I rose. "Where are you going?" Barb asked. "I need to be on that ship," I whispered. Barb pointed to the screen, scrolling down to the forms. She clicked it and browsed through some of the information aloud. She paused at the end, tapping me on the shoulder. I read the italicized notation. "No one with Xeno will be permitted." "You knew?" I asked. "Of course I did. I wouldn't be much of an assistant if I didn't." Her eyes filled with tears. "You can't go, Colton." I peered at the screen, staring at Indy Hart, grinning while Ulasan continued her speech. "Try and stop me." 20 years ago, Fayetteville, Arkansas. "It's coming straight at you, Colton." Jerry, our second baseman, didn't need to tell me. I eyed the ball, dropping deep into left field, and raced toward the fence. It grew in size, slapping the leather of my glove, and I tossed it back, hoping to catch the kid chasing for third. He returned to second, huffing and shouting at his teammate for taking it easy on me. The stands were packed, and I waved at my parents in the middle of the bleachers. My dad was standing, cheering the Badgers on in his usual boisterous way. God, I loved playing baseball. even after my last game's train wreck that had moved me from shortstop to left field. It was the bottom of the sixth, and we only needed one more out to bring us in. I glanced at the scoreboard, seeing we were ahead by one, 4-3. Not the most exciting game, but that didn't matter. The win was the important thing. If we defeated them, we moved on to the state championship. It would be the first time in over a decade that the Fayetteville Badgers earned a spot at the coveted tournament, and I wanted to be part of that so badly. I surveyed the field as their big hitter stalked to home plate, his bat tapping his cleats as he took position. He was huge, as if he was 20, not 15 like the rest of us. Indy was on first base, punching her fist into her glove, catcalling the massive kid. I chuckled at her words, wondering where she came up with the terrible sayings. She chewed her gum voraciously. It was the only way she kept her hand steady. "You couldn't hit the ground if you jumped." Indy's voice carried all the way to my position. The kid looked angry but just ignored her, waggling his bat above his shoulder. "Did your mama forget to give you a helmet when..." Indy stopped as the field grew dark. It was a scalding summer day, the perfect, idyllic kind. It smelled of freshly cut grass and hot dogs grilling at the concession. My gaze drifted toward the sky. The pitch came, and I heard the crack of the ball on bat, but I didn't see any of it. The clouds parted, shoved aside by a massive object. It roared through the air, the noise cutting into my ears. I dropped the glove and felt the baseball roll up to my cleats. People were shouting, and for a second I questioned why. Then my brain caught up. This was a spaceship. A damned alien ship, like in the movies. Orange flames licked the base of the thing, and it slowed, coming to hover over Fayetteville. "Get off the field!" a coach shouted, but no one dared to move. My feet were planted to the ground, and I heard Indy's voice as she ran to my side. Her hand slipped into mine, something she'd never done before. And we just stood there, staring at the monstrosity above us. "What is it?" she whispered. "A UFO?" There was a moment of silence, the engines of the horrible craft shutting down. The flames receded, but the ship didn't lower. It covered half of our city and remained floating in the air, defying gravity. It was dark gray, shaped like a triangle with rounded edges. I'd seen enough movies to know what to expect next. I gripped Indy's hand tighter as the center of the ship opened. "This is it," I muttered. Indy grabbed my face, turning my jaw toward her mouth. She kissed me. I could taste the bubblegum on her lips. Aliens were here, and I was having my first kiss. With my best friend. "What was that for?" I asked when she broke free. I could still taste her watermelon gum. Indy smiled, her expression sad. "I didn't want to die without you knowing." The field was full of people from the stands, and my parents pressed through. "Colton, we have to leave." My dad had tossed his number 1 finger, and he was paler than I'd ever seen him. "Indy?" her mother shouted from behind a throng of people, and Indy's hand unclasped from mine. "I have to go," she told me. I didn't want to let her, but she was determined, snaking between the crowd, trying to locate her mom. "Colton, stop dawdling," my own mom said. Her red hair was curled, and it bounced as we ran to the gate at the edge of the field. I took one last peek at the scoreboard, and then at my glove. I knew, at that moment, I'd never play baseball again. I left the glove there as we raced for our minivan. The ship's center was spread open, I guessed a good half-mile wide hole. Cars were backing up, hitting one another in the gravel lot. It was mayhem. A vehicle sped forward and struck my dad. He smacked onto the guy's hood and rolled off. The sedan slowed for a second, the driver gaping in horror, but he jammed his foot on the pedal, shooting rocks behind him before grasping the pavement. "Bill!" Mom was at his side, and he sat up, dusting his pants off. "I'm okay." Relief flooded me. We piled into the van, and somehow it felt safe, as if being in a familiar place made it seem like a dream. Someone banged on the passenger door window, fear etched on her face. "Drive, Bill," Mom hissed. A minute later, we were on the road, trying to escape the thing hovering atop our city. I peered through the rear windshield, watching the ship blotting the sky from our view. Instead of a giant energy beam striking the city, blowing anything up, there was a mist escaping the opening. It floated down like a gentle rain. "What do you think that is?" I asked my parents. My dad was staring at the mirror, swerving into the center line. "They're releasing something. Maybe they're trying to poison us." "Don't scare Colton," my mom said, and I loved her for it. Aliens had arrived, and she was worried about my anxiety. But it was too late. I was terrified. As we hit heavy traffic, everyone trying to flee the middle of the city, I thought about that one brief moment with Indy, and smiled despite the circumstances. Everything had changed forever. 3. Now. "Excuse me?" Rolosh stared at me with a blank look in his black eyes. "You cannot leave in the middle of the project." "I'm not needed. There are a dozen other people with as many qualifications as me in the state. Use one of them," I told him. The Angor man stood in my office, his arms crossed. "Colton Beck, you aren't permitted to leave the barge." I sighed. "I can't do this. You know I have Xeno. I don't..." I sat on my desk, unsure how to explain it to him. "Rolosh, I've lived my entire adult existence aware there was an end date. Not like everyone else. I've been part of Xeno support groups. I've watched my friends die from this defect, which is a horrible term. We don't have a defect. We were just impacted by the adjustments you made to our atmosphere." I saw the bluster drain from his demeanor. "I'm going to die. Soon. I don't want to stay on this barge building quadrants of foundation for some dome project I haven't even heard an explanation for." Rolosh opened his mouth slightly and sealed it again, nodding. Finally, he spoke. "If I tell you, will you stay?" It was tempting because I was curious, but nothing was changing my mind. "I'm afraid not." "Okay. It was a pleasure working with you. I'll send the last of your payments to your account, and I hope you find peace in your final months." Rolosh's back was turned to me at the door, and he tilted his chin. "Colton, for what it's worth, I'm sorry. We never intended to harm any of you. We tested the air and were positive our atmospheric alterations wouldn't affect your people." "It's not your fault," I whispered. He left, and I went to my desk, firing up the computer. I had some money, but chartering a ship to New York wasn't cheap. If this failed and I couldn't get on to the expedition, I'd need funds to live. Maybe I'd head to Florida to ride out my days with my parents. As much as I loved them, I doubted that was on the table. My mother would be overbearing, trying to protect me and cater to my every need. I didn't want to be smothered. Seeing Indy again had spurred something on in me, dormant for years. She renewed my sense of adventure. We used to play at the river, pretending we were explorers charting unknown territory, navigating the Nile, running from pirates, or whatever other childish dreams we could come up with. But this was real. The expedition to bring us to another world. If I was going to succumb to the Xeno, I wanted to do it on Dicor. I used the computer to check for other modes of transportation. An ad appeared on the screen telling me there was a hover train leaving for Dallas in the morning. The cost was reasonable, and it would take 5 hours to reach. Much better than the old days. I hadn't been to the interior in a decade, but guessed it was rough. It had been the last time I'd seen it, and it would have only grown more desolate with the Angor pushing more of the population to the coasts. I recalled the shady characters dropping by our store, and how nearly every one of them was constantly peering over their shoulder, like a ghost was attached to their shadows. With my mind made up, I bought the ticket. From Dallas, I could take a train directly to New York. I'd already said my goodbyes to Barb and my team. They'd taken it with a grain of salt. No one but my assistant knew I had Xeno, or that I was determined to reach that expedition, and I'd asked Barb to keep it that way. I made a quick stop at my home for the last 5 years, sorting through my meager possessions. The tablet showed a picture of my parents and me from before the Angor, and I rubbed the screen with a finger. We stood with matching Christmas sweaters in front of a hideously decorated tree. We all looked so happy. My backpack was durable, the same one I'd come to California with. It was stuffed with a few changes of clothing and essentials. My favorite book went with me, as did the unread note from a lifetime ago. I took that tablet and stared at the suite from the doorway. I realized there was nothing about the place I would miss, or this job. The work had been a means to an end, but now that I was leaving, it felt like I'd been wasting my days away. It was dark out, and I could hear the ocean waves battering against the barge's outer ledge. The stars were so bright, the sky as clear as ever. The moon hung low in the horizon, a tiny sickle, reminding me there was more than our fragile planet. An Angor transport departed from the city, and I watched as it lowered near me. It landed as I approached the ferry. 20 uniformed Angor stepped off, each carrying a gun. That was rare to see. The Angor professed to be a peaceful race, but every now and then, they proved they were no different than the rest of us. A tall female in a white suit followed them off the transport's ramp, and she looked both ways, momentarily locking gazes with me. I noticed her eyebrows lift in recognition, but I'd never seen her before in my life. She broke the stare, trailing after the soldiers. 4 of them remained behind her, facing me and the ferry before falling in line. "That's Second Director Hanil." The man's voice startled me, and I almost hit him with my backpack. "Geez, could you clear your throat or something next time?" I told the ferry driver. He never wore a name tag, and even though I'd seen him on 100 occasions over the years, I didn't know his name. "Where's the fun in that?" He coughed and closed the bridge entrance to his boat. "I waited for you like you asked." You have that tip? I nodded, sending his account the promised amount. He checked his tablet when it beeped and patted me on the shoulder. Come on, let's bring you to the pier. I was leaving behind the barge, and the only life I had. It was long overdue. There was one stop left before I could start the next chapter. I found the package right where my mom said it would be. The delivery service demanded I provide a thumbprint, and the screen blinked green before they handed me the parcel. It was wrapped in brown paper with a string tied around it. I shook it gently, not hearing anything rustle inside. I left the facility, anxious to be on my way. The train was leaving in 2 hours, and the guy's address was near Orange County. My parents had traded bizarre things back in Fayetteville, and I knew some of it was illegal. Whatever was in this box could be restricted by the Angor, but I hoped it wasn't. I liked to think my mother wouldn't put her own son in danger. I almost hailed an Angor taxi, but stopped myself, instead choosing a human-driven car. He was an old man, gnarled and scruffy, with one of his eyes covered in a hazy blue film. Where to? I knew the drill. I'd made a few deliveries in Arkansas when I was younger. My father's words echoed in my mind. Never give the customer's address. I told the taxi driver a location 5 blocks away. He threw the car into gear, powering down the street. I hadn't been in a wheeled car for years. It was like being thrown into a time machine. The roads were quiet, with only a couple other vehicles present. Everyone traveled by air. It was far less expensive and much faster. How long will this take? I asked the driver. Depends. On what? He rubbed his fingers together, and I sighed. Some things never change. I tapped my tablet to the back of his seat, sending the guy twice the usual fare, and he jammed his foot on the pedal, screaming down the street. My pack sat beside me, along with the box from Florida. I studied it again, wondering what was inside. The driver glanced at me a few times in the mirror. Beautiful day, I said. You hear about the expedition? He asked. Sure, who hasn't? If I was younger, I'd be signing up, the man told me. That's so? Yep. I'd get off this godforsaken planet before these blasted Angor ruin everything, he said. I'd yet to meet a man over 70 that trusted them completely. How are they going to do that? You wait around and find out. The man laughed, and it morphed into an angry cough. He rolled the window down and finally stopped hacking. I watched the passing landscape, surprised at how many old-world structures remained outside the main city borders. Most of the Angor towers were behind us, with the occasional section jutting far higher than any other buildings. When was the last time I'd left the coast? It had been years. What do you think is on Dicor? I asked him. Dicor? Probably nothing good. But at least it's a fresh beginning. We all need one of those at least once in our lives. He coughed again. Have you had a new start? What? A fresh start? Sure. The day after the aliens arrived, I stared at my wife and said, Babe, life's too short to be stuck in a loveless marriage. I left that day and never looked back. Seriously? You abandoned your wife when the Angor came? I almost laughed. You didn't know her. Always barking orders at me. Do this, stop doing that. I'd go to work all day and get beat up by the boss and find the same thing at home. That's no way of living. You married? He asked. Nope. Kids? None. He smirked in the rearview mirror, showcasing his yellow teeth. Good man. Maybe you don't need a change after all. If he only knew how wrong he was. We continued the conversation and eventually found our way to the destination. He watched out the windshield at the address I gave him, shooting me a look that said he knew this wasn't the actual place I wanted to be. The car wash had been out of business for years, judging by the worn signage and broken glass. Will you wait for me here? I checked the time, knowing I was cutting it close. Sure. He glanced at the back seat. I took my pack and the box, just in case the old guy decided the contents of my bag might be worth more than my cab fare. The sun was high, glinting off the shattered window covering the parking lot. The shards crunched under my weight as I jogged around the building, finding a fence impeding my path. But it was a short chain-link barrier and was easy enough to climb. My dad's buyer was in an apartment at the end of the block, and the area seemed abandoned. I saw a few people lingering on the front steps and decided it might be best to use the back door, which, to my surprise, was unlocked. Suite 305. The hallway entrance was full of junk, and I almost tripped on a box full of old rusted candelabras. I found the stairwell and choked on the stale air inside. A dead rat decayed in a trap, with flies buzzing around the corpse. This place was dreadful. The sooner I dropped the package off, the sooner I was on my way to New York to see Indy. I paused before entering the third floor and found the coast was clear. His unit was easy enough to locate. His neighbor's door was open, and the entire place was stripped of all furniture, the carpet included. The door numbers were intact, but the 3 hung upside down. I knocked twice. A skinny man in a shaggy bathrobe answered. His eyes were wild, his cheeks gaunt. What? He gazed at my boots, then to the box in my hands. This is for you. I shoved it at him, and he accepted it without hesitation. Have a good day. Wait, what's your name, son? His gray hair stood on end. A familiar sound echoed from within his apartment, chiming as quick, then longer segments. I knew exactly what it was. Morse code. It sparked memories from my father's store. Colton. I'll be damned. Come in. I checked the time. I can't. I remember when you were a baby. Your parents were so happy when they got you. Got me? Care to elaborate? No, when they had you. I'm sorry. My mind slips up words sometimes. How are they? You tell me. They sent you something. I assume you've been in contact with my dad. I told him, peering into his place. The code had stopped. He stared at the box. Yes. Yes, I have. Take care. I left, not wanting to spend another second with the doddering elderly guy. I jogged to the taxi, thankful he was still waiting there for me, but he refused to move until I paid him again. The moment we left the parking spot, we were nearly clipped by a convoy of police squad cars. A few of the flying pods screamed above them as they pulled down the block. Had they raided the apartment building I'd just visited? I tried to see through the rear window, but we were already heading for the train station. The hover train was peaceful. Not many people chose to travel this frugal way, especially through the interior of our great country. There were 3 train cars, all connected by joining tunnels like the old subway cars. I took the rear option, finding a handful of occupants. A woman with 2 young children tried to keep them quiet a couple rows ahead of me, and she shot me an apologetic look when one of them started to cry. I smiled, assuring her it was okay. My pack was under my seat, and I thought about how few possessions I had. There were a couple changes of clothing, some basic toiletries, my old photo tablet, and a paperback novel I'd loved since I was a kid. It was sad to think this was what my life had to show for it. An older man sat on the bench across from me, staring at a screen. His hair was disheveled, and a toothpick jutted from his lips. Maybe I should have splurged on the chartered ship. I almost considered getting off and hiring a private vessel, but settled into my seat instead. I had no idea what that would cost, but it was probably more than I kept in my bank account. When the Angor had come and promised us a utopia, many people assumed that meant the world would do away with commerce. But even the Angor had agreed that wasn't the best means to a successful and compliant population. A couple more passengers climbed on board, and a young girl sat in the row ahead of me, headphones on. I could hear the slight leaking of her music. It sounded like a horrendous punk band. A portly man, wearing an intercontinental hover train badge, went through, glancing at each of us before scanning our boarding passes. When he was done, he continued into the second car. The girl in front of me fidgeted in her seat, seeming to relax when the guy left. That was interesting. I wondered what her story was. She looked too young to be making this trip on her own. Probably the same age as I'd been when the Angor came. Her jacket was littered with patches, and I guessed they were rock bands. I even recognized a few of the names from my own youth, and chuckled that anyone still listened to them post-Angor. Most things were difficult to read or enjoy after their arrival. Books about the world before everything changed were now too strange for me. I was all for history, but that was an era I couldn't return to. Pre-Xeno. The guy with the toothpick watched me, probably thinking he wasn't being obvious. "See something interesting?" I asked as the hover train rose from the ground, letting out a series of whistles from a horn that paid homage to the old steam trains. Apparently, the Angor figured it would put the humans at ease. The guy didn't respond, just stood, crossed the aisle, and plopped into the empty seat beside me. He stuck his hand out. "Name's Desmond. Desmond Locke. Friends call me Des." "Okay, Desmond." I smirked at him, and he chortled a laugh. There was something almost familiar about him, but I couldn't place it. I was sure I'd never seen him before, but it was in the air around him. "I see how it is. What's your name, stranger?" He wore a handlebar mustache, which had probably been growing for the last decade. The ends curled slightly, as if they were being controlled by a puppeteer. "Colton." I shook his hand, and he sank deeper into the seat. "Where's home?" His voice was brusque, but he was pleasant in his demeanor. I'd met a lot of workers over the years like him. Crews always gravitated to a character like this. Outgoing, welcoming. "This is, for now," I replied. He peered around, the toothpick lingering in his mouth. "Like what you've done with the place? May I suggest a bar?" "How about you?" I turned the question on him. He seemed to be a guy who might be willing to talk, and since I had 5 hours to kill, why not? "Born and raised near the bayou. Never been to Louisiana?" He didn't have a Cajun accent, but there was a bit of twang to his voice. "I'm from Fayetteville," I told him. "Well, I'll be. We're practically neighbors. Arkansas's a long way from here. What's your story?" Desmond went straight to it. The hover train was in position, and the woman's baby began to wail. She bobbed it up and down, the older kid playing with a screen. The girl in front of us tilted her head to the side, and I couldn't hear the music now. "Not much to tell, I'm afraid," I told him. "Grew up in Fayetteville, aliens landed, work dried up, so my parents eventually moved. I decided to go to California instead of Florida. Been here for a decade or so. Now I'm leaving." He stared at me, his his lips smacking a few times while he flipped the toothpick around. He had graying hair, but he looked younger than I might have thought. Tanned, eyes full of life. I doubt anything is so simple, my friend. You may be correct, but I'm not really in the mood for a therapy session, I said with a grin. What about you? Me? We only have a few hours. That would barely get you to the early years. Des laughed, wheezing. Where are you heading? The announcer's robotic voice echoed through the space. Next stop, Dallas, Texas. Please remain in your car unless completely necessary. Vending machines are tap only, and the washrooms are on the rear of each unit. Thank you for choosing Intercontinental Hover Train for your trip. Dallas, I said, indicating the speaker. As if we have a choice how else to fly, hey partner? Des asked. Dallas. Have you been lately? I shook my head. It's disastrous. Sure, the Angor came and worked their magic. Am I grateful that they helped our planet? Yes. But did they have to let all these great cities go to waste? He spoke low, his brow coming closer to mine. I instinctively backed away. Is it that bad? What's the last thing you saw? He asked. Left Fayetteville when I was 24. Stopped at Oklahoma City and Albuquerque on the way. They were desperate. The roads already unkempt, most of the lights in the city's out. It was clear no one was maintaining them. And? Wouldn't head to either one on vacation, I responded. Exactly. Ever wonder why they go to the coast? He whispered. I had, many times. The Angor say it's because they use the oceans to create power. Plus, they need the interior for crops. That's right. They have 1/10 of our country designated to food production, but I feel like there's more to it. He glanced at me and shrugged. I could be wrong. I love a good debate, and when you get to be my age, sometimes speculation is more fun than learning the actual truth. I think he's right, the girl ahead of us said. She popped her headphones off and knelt on the seat facing us. These Angor are acting funny. I'm gonna keep an eye on them. I looked between the pair of passengers and couldn't believe their words. I'd been sitting in the hover train for 10 minutes, and already I was in the middle of a conspiracy theory discussion. And how are you going to do that? I asked her. Her blonde hair was shaved on the sides, and it concealed her face as she dug into her backpack, grabbing a tablet. She flipped it around and showed me the recruiting form from the expedition. I made it, she smiled, showing perfect teeth. I couldn't believe it. You're on the expedition? She nodded. How old are you? Desmond asked. 18. She grabbed the tablet and shoved it away, sealing her bag. I thought they were choosing based on skill set, I blurted out. Are you suggesting I don't have skills? The girl's eyes burned with the insult. No, I stammered. Nothing of the sort. Which was a lie, because she was just a kid. When I was 18, I had only the most rudimentary understanding of the world. But teens growing up today were a lot different. The world had changed. I am, Des uttered. You know how many years of life I have behind me? No, the girl said. Like 100? Des patted himself on the chest and looked to the ceiling, lifting a few fingers as if counting. Neither do I, but that's not the point. I spent most of my life working hard, and now I'm sharing a spaceship with you? My breath caught in my throat. You're going on the expedition too? You're old. The young woman seemed offended that he was accepted. Desmond didn't blink at her comment. He leaned forward to tie his boots and finally sank into his seat. Hey, kid, can I see that tablet again? She frowned and reached into her bag. It's gone! You took it! Des held it up, spinning the device around, and passed it to her. Skills. Useful things that get you places. You're a thief? She asked. Finally, his composure cracked. The toothpick fell from his lips and he stood. I am not a thief. I'm just able to take things when necessary. I caught his wrist, pulling him to the seat. Stop it. I turned to the girl. What's your name? Maya, she told me. Maya, I'm Colton, and this is Desmond. We're traveling together, so let's make the most of it. I can't wait to see Dicor. I smiled at her, and she stared at me doubtfully. You're on the list? Sure hope so. What are the odds that all three of us are on the same train car? I asked. Des had another toothpick in his mouth, and I hadn't seen him reach for one. Pretty good, if you think about it. 10,000 people are going, and I bet a decent percentage of those are from the States. News just broke, and they already chose the first round of trainees. We're in LA, which has... Okay, I get it. He stopped analyzing after my comment. Now what? Maya asked. We go to Dallas and change trains. The intercontinental man walked from the second train ahead, entering through the connecting corridor. He scanned the car, assessing the woman with the kids, then our group, before turning around and leaving. A sheen of perspiration coated his brow. Maya was about to stick her headphones on when, out of nowhere, a deck of cards appeared in Desmond's hands. Ever play cards? Nothing but go fish, I said. Even better. We'll start with some low bets. I smirked, wondering how long I'd be stuck with this duo. The hover train jostled, bouncing me in my seat. My eyes blinked open, and I saw Desmond was snoring beside me, out like a light. I must have been more tired than I'd known, thanks to the last couple hectic days. I didn't want to surprise Desmond, so I shook him gently, waking him. He went from comatose to fully aware in a second. What is it? He scanned the car frantically. Oh, we're on a hover train. Maya stood at the window near the rear of the train car, and I climbed over Des, wishing he'd had the decency to nap in another row of seats. The girl was short, barely reaching my chin, and I stared past her to the landscape below. All I could see were wheat crops for miles. The sun was to my left, and something about that concerned me. How long have we been up here? Maya continued to watch the fields. 4 hours? Should be landing soon. I stared at the rolling hills and the endless crops. This isn't Texas. Maya's hair flopped to the side as she spun to face me. What do you mean? I'd say we're in Kansas, I told her. Maybe Oklahoma. Did you feel that? Des asked, standing to stretch. Balances are out of whack. Pressure is dropping. I didn't know what was causing it, but did understand what he was indicating. Maya, have you heard any messages from the pilot? Nothing. The baby up ahead began crying and my ears popped. Something was wrong with the hover train. There were a few television screens mounted above the rows, and I looked at the nearest, watching the news feed flicker, then turn off. The lights were next to retreat. It was still the middle of the day, making it plenty bright inside. This isn't good. Des ran for the passenger services computer near the front of the car. He paused to nod at the mother and pressed the communication button. What's happening up there? We seem to be heading the wrong direction. He peered back at me when he didn't receive a response. Maya, stay with her. He indicated the woman clutching her wailing baby. I don't... She stopped when Des furrowed his dense white brows at her. Fine. Colton, with me. Des proceeded with authority and tugged the lever, opening the door to the corridor connecting the two cars. It shifted under our feet, moving with the wind. I tried to avoid the glass, seeing us descending faster now. We were going to crash. Des must have seen this too because he hurried, entering the second car. Has anyone seen the Intercontinental employee? He asked the few passengers. There were 4 of them. I think he's in the front, an old lady said, pointing at the doors with a shaky finger. Des didn't wait. He jogged through the aisles of red leather seats and opened the corridor. The large hover train worker blocked the entrance to the first car, lying in the fetal position. What are you doing? Des demanded, his voice powerful. The man peered up, tears in his eyes. I don't want to die. Then stop sniveling and help me. Des hauled him to his feet and shoved him into the primary car. What's happening? The pilot. I read the guy's name tag. Boris. Boris, I said, bring us to him. He nodded, leading us into the final aisles of the hover train. Are we crashing? Is this Dallas? I ignored the pleas from the passengers and saw a pair of Angor huddled near the back of this car staring at a tablet. Did they not realize what was occurring? I paused at them, tapping one on her shoulder. Anything you can do to assist? The pair of alien women gawked at me, then at the window, gasping. They said a series of musical words in their own language and then spoke to me. Why are we not on course? Colton! Des shouted from the pilot's cabin. Have you ever flown a train before? I didn't respond. Then you'd better learn fast. He waved me closer, and a second later, I saw what the problem was. Our pilot sat face-planted into the controls. Lights flashed red across the dash, and a gentle alarm rang throughout the cabin. Boris, take him out of here. That'll scare the... I turned to him. Do it now. Boris scrambled, dragging the dead man from his seat. If I were to guess, the pilot had suffered a heart attack. I wondered how long we'd been off target for. Des took the seat, frowning at the controls. I'm not sure how to fly this model. Why would you be? I asked. Son, I've piloted almost everything you could think of, pre-Angor, but this... He ran a hand over the dash. It's not the same. He blinked a few times, tugging on his mustache, and began to test the keys. He flipped tabs, examined shiny chrome switches, and pushed a large orange button. We instantly dropped, starting to scream toward the crops. He tapped it again and shot me an apologetic smile while the engines restarted. Okay, don't do that, he muttered. I saw the elevation display and cringed. We were only 6,000 feet and sinking fast. I'll have to coast her in, Des said. Coast her in? I laughed nervously. Do you know how to do that? In theory. Boris returned, filling half the cabin. He dabbed a sweaty brow with his sleeve. Anything else I can do? Unless you can single-handedly crash land into a wheat field, I'd suggest you sit down and buckle up, Des ordered, sending him scrambling into the train car behind him. That was a bit harsh, wasn't it? I asked. Desperate times. Desmond let out a hoot of excitement. Manual controls! He hit the command, and a steering yoke protruded from the center of the dash. This, I understand. He pulled up on the lever, and our nose lifted slightly. We should probably slow her speed, I suggested. Any idea how to do that? Des asked. I studied the controls, finding the dial. I gently turned it left, feeling the thrum of the thrusters dwindle. We started to drop again, causing the tendons on Des's thin arms to expand with effort. Not that much. Ease into it, he called. That was what I did, and soon we were approaching a golden field. I took the time to view the landscape and saw the upcoming lake. It was surrounded by more crops. We needed to land anywhere but in the water. I glanced to my right, finding a city in the distance. It was larger than a town and smaller than a metropolis. There we go. Des exhaled in relief, and we lowered to the earth, train cars rattling and shaking behind us. Des indicated the speaker system, and I pressed the talk button. Hello, passengers. This is your impromptu captain speaking. We've hit a bit of a snafu, but we're about to land in beautiful... He checked the radar, and I'd been right. We were smack dab in the middle of Kansas. Please ensure your belts are on and say a prayer to your favorite deity, because we've never done this before. He ended the communication. Was that part necessary? I asked him. Des glanced up from his seat. I do a lot of things, Colton, but sugarcoating isn't one of them. With a quick scan to the altimeter, I saw we were 2,000 feet up. I turned the dial 3 clicks left, and Des allowed the yoke to tilt forward slightly. We were doing it. I'd been stuck on a barge, working on uninspired foundations for a floating platform for 5 years, and suddenly, it felt like I was alive. Are we gonna make it? Maya spoke from the open cabin door. We have a good shot, I responded. The red lights flashed again, and the alarm grew louder. Now it was resonating through the entire train. What was that? I asked Des. He shrugged, the toothpick moving in his lips. Then, I felt it. The thrusters gave out, and the engines died. I tried to press the orange button, but nothing kicked on. Damn it. We were 1,000 feet up, and Des motioned to Maya, "Close the door." She did, and ran to the opposite edge of his chair. Can I help? Unless you know how to... The dash was smoking where one of the functions had given up the ghost, and Maya had the panel off in a second. She pulled a tool pouch from her jacket, and a second later she was soldering something. The cabin shook and vibrated as we plunged forward and down. The lake was ahead, and unfortunately, we were diving straight for it. If we could time this right, maybe we'd avoid it. I have to hit the water, Des said. But we don't know... There's no other option. Without engines, I'm worried we'll crash and burn. Des kept his gaze firmly ahead. The cabin's windows were flat, just rounded at the edges, and the golden landscape filled them now. Almost have it, Maya said, her tongue sticking out. 400 feet. The cabin jostled violently, and I lost my footing, striking the floor. I heard cries from the passengers in the car behind us. I clutched Des's seat and pulled myself up, 300 feet. There! Maya shouted in triumph, but when I tried the engines again, they still failed. She pointed to another button. The underside thrusts! Use them! The lake was directly beneath us, and the hover train squealed toward the far end. Des groaned as he yanked on the lever, and I helped, adding my strength. Just before we impacted with the water, the vertical thrusters fired up, leveling out the hover train. We skidded on the banks of the lake, shooting higher, then landed with a thud. We slewed through the fields and ran straight into a giant red barn, stopping when the train struck a wall of hay bales. The windshield was covered in small pieces of straw, and Des slunk from the seat, standing on wobbly legs. He dusted his hands off and smirked at me. Now that's an entrance. He walked past me, leaving us to ourselves. He's nuts, she said. In the best way. He saved our lives. I admired the guy, and was glad he'd decided to take the same train as me. Everyone okay? Des asked the passengers. I spotted the woman and her children, as well as the 4 people from the second train huddled in the front car. It was mostly dark, with our lights out and the barn surrounding us. No one was harmed, and we opened the side door. The exit steps didn't work, and I glanced at the barn's floor, seeing a 10-foot drop. This was where Boris came in handy. He found the backup rungs, clipping them to the door's base. They crashed to the ground, providing us access off the train. Des used them, rushing to investigate our surroundings. Are you able to contact Intercontinental? I asked him. I've tried. Systems are down. Boris looked worried. They must keep track of all flights. Someone would have to be notified. He shook his head. You'd think so, but these things practically fly themselves. Until a pilot dies on the dash and screws it up, I muttered. I waved at the Angor women. The nearest one approached me to express her gratitude. "Is your tablet working?" I asked her, and she checked. Her expression was answer enough. "Nothing." I cleared my throat, standing at the doors. "Can everyone try to make outside contact?" The handful of passengers attempted to use their various devices. They all had the same results. Dez returned up the ladder. "It appears this entire area is one of the Angor sites. There are no workers for miles, all automated." "Can we use their network to reach someone?" I asked. Maya answered. "Nope. They're extremely secure. Too many issues with rogue human groups messing with things." I glanced at the Angor. "She's right. We don't have access codes either." "Then we head to that town I saw a few miles away," I told them. Boris glanced out the window and then to me. "I'll stay behind in case anyone comes for us." It was settled. Nearly all the passengers elected to remain behind while we went out for help. And it was better that way. The last thing I wanted was a procession of 20 people trudging through fields to what might end up being a mistake. Most of these cities had been vacated years ago. Even a decade before, when I finally left Fayetteville, the smaller towns were long empty. It was surreal being in the interior again. After years in the big city with skyscrapers everywhere, this was unsettling. Everything was flat, and the silence was overwhelming. The Angor used natural pesticides to keep insects from destroying the crops, so you couldn't even hear their songs throughout the region. This, in turn, kept birds away. I glanced up, spotting a single-winged creature hovering high over the land. We gathered our belongings, slung packs on our shoulders, and trailed out of the barn. The pair of Angor women came with us. Kylon and Rosha were taller than me, their eyes brighter than most Angors. They wore stylish clothing, blouses and dark pants, making me wonder why they were traveling to Dallas on a cheap ride like this hover train. Maya and Dez took the lead, searching for a road. The field was dense, the crops waist high. I still couldn't hear a single insect, and the wheat was flawless. The Angor had perfected farming on Earth, even better than humans. All of their technologies and innovations, and somehow my Xeno couldn't be cured. I wondered if the pilot had Xeno, or if he was predisposed to heart issues. "Where are you from?" I asked Rosha. "Trum," she replied. "I think he means, where are we from on Earth?" Kylon told her friend. Rosha laughed, the alien sound amusing to my ears. "We've been visiting the different coastal ports, Seattle, Los Angeles, now to Miami before New York, but we live in Angor City." "Is it cold?" Maya asked. They nodded in unison as we walked, exiting the field and landing on a gravel road. It was devoid of a single weed, and Dez stopped, peering in each direction before choosing east. "It's very cold, but for the Angor, we are used to it." "I thought you preferred the water," I said. They shared a silent gaze. "We have both on Trum." Kylon's eyes told me the conversation was over. 2 decades of working together, and the Angor knew everything about us. We practically had no information on them or their home planet. Now I'd learned there was a checkpoint for this river in our solar system, and that we were sending a contingency to a colony world. It was difficult to accept. I peered at the crashed hover train, half of it sticking out from the barn, and turned as we hiked toward the town in the distance. The sun was beginning to creep into the west, and I sighed, hoping we'd be able to make it to New York. I needed to see Indy to secure a position onto this expedition. no matter the cost. 4. It was almost dark when we saw the sign. Great Bend, 1 mile. My legs were growing tired, but Desmond stalked down the road, unfazed by the workout. Kylan and Rosha were 50 feet behind us, and Maya was almost jogging in excitement. I've never been to the interior. Never? I asked. Grew up in Orange County. Must be strange to only know the AA. AA? She asked me. After Angor. She shrugged, shifting her pack on her shoulders. Not really. Mom and Dad always talked about how it was before. I think they came at the right time. I let her words sink in. I knew the Angor were good for us, but most people I spoke with did have their doubts as to the aliens' ultimate motives. Maya included, if I were to believe her comments earlier on the hover train. What makes you think they're acting funny? I asked, using her earlier words. I've been keeping tabs on their movement. Are you familiar with the satellite network? She motioned to the sky. Not in the least, I admitted. She retrieved her tablet, selecting a program with blinking graphs and charts. This is down. We're in the dark zone, which isn't uncommon out in the fields. There's no need for communication since it's vacant. The robots and systems at the crop-growing facilities use a separate network than the one humans are permitted to operate. She spoke quickly, and it was obvious she knew what she was talking about. And what are those? I nodded to the charts. Our old satellites are gone. At the peak, we had 12,000 of them in orbit, ranging from old-world navs to comms and remote sensors. And now? I kept walking, the town coming closer. We passed a run-down tire shop on the outskirts, and Des slowed, staring at the grimy windows. None. Not one. The Angor modified the entire system. So everything we do operates through their network, I said, understanding what she was implying. I recalled the day I attempted to contact Indy, with no success. I'd always regretted that. Yeah, that's been fine. I mean, we're already under surveillance by our own people. What's the difference? She grinned and tapped the screen. But this? Their orbit patterns have been the same for years, but something's changed recently. The Angor had come with 10 vessels. Pelora was the primary, at twice the size of the others. 9 remained around Earth. One of them, the Harazzle, was stationed in Central Park, a showcase museum for tourists to see an Angor vessel for themselves. Another part of the Angor's blatant transparency they preached. I'd never been on the ship myself, but I'd seen tour videos in the early years. It had landed in Central Park a year after they came, for their anniversary of our partnership. Administrator Volans, the famous captain of Pelora, was nearly killed that day by violent protesters. Changed how? Des asked, finally entering the conversation. I doubted the older man ever missed anything. He was always observing his surroundings. Slight shifts in the network. I followed along. I built a frequency spire, something that allows me to track them. You built this? I pointed at the device. Sure, when I was 12. She didn't seem impressed by the achievement. No wonder they invited you to join the colony. What do your parents think? I asked her. They didn't know I applied. I forged their digital signature, she said, losing her smile. I thought you said you were 18, I reminded her. She smirked. I might have lied. I'm 18 soon, probably a couple months after we hit Dicor. You ran away? Des asked calmly. The sun receded behind the horizon and everything was illuminated in a tinge of orange before going dark. The town didn't have any lights on yet, and I wondered if we'd find any assistance out here. I had to. They wanted me on a barge crew, she scoffed, as if I was going to do that. I flinched. Why not? It's too strange. Why are the Angor building them? Maya asked. I worked on a barge for 5 years near Santa Monica. I waited for her reaction. Then you know what those domes are for? She queried. Unfortunately, I don't. I thought about the man I'd met and the gases he told me were under the dome foundation. But I heard they might be biomes for another species. Exactly, Maya said loudly. I think they're bringing... Footsteps sounded behind us, and Maya paused her comments when she noticed Kylon and Rosha had caught up. What are you discussing? Rosha asked. Where to get a good cup of coffee in this dive, Des said casually, covering Maya's tracks. The town was uninspiring from this vantage point, the roads filled with cracks and overgrowth. Clearly, the Angor didn't give the care and attention to our old cities as they offered the crops, which made sense. It was frowned upon to reside here, but that didn't stop some people from doing so. Des, you sure someone will be around? I asked him, suddenly feeling uncomfortable in this relic of a town in the dark. The sun had completely disappeared when I saw the welcome sign. The logo had been graffitied, adding the word over to the end of the name. Des chuckled, but stopped at the sound of the music echoing from the street. It was something old, from my childhood. Maya started walking for it, but Des caught her arm, pulling her to the sidewalk. No, this is a trap. A trap? Kylon asked. Des frowned as he watched the dark shadows litter the street. It's a ploy by the locals. They lure you in with the idea of hospitality. Where there's music, there are people. Food, drinks, warmth. Don't kid yourself. These individuals are usually desperate, cut off from the rest of the world. I hadn't realized how bad it was out here. Why don't they move to the coast? Rosha asked, quite innocently. Because not everyone wants to conform to the new Angor world, especially in these parts. Des took a tentative step forward. You'd better let me handle this. Like magic, a gun appeared in his hand. It was a heavy, shiny chrome revolver. I'll join you, I said. Fine. Maya, stay with the Angor ladies, Des said. I shouldn't have let them come. Are we in danger? Kylon asked, her eyes wide. Maybe. They don't care for the Angor. We might have better luck if they aren't aware you're with us. Des was probably right, but I felt a tinge of guilt at the situation. We will remain here. She raised her hand, bending the thumb in tight. Peace by the stars. I returned the sign, and Rosha stepped toward Maya, the three of them walking to the grocery store. The parking lot had a couple of rusted-out trucks in it, and the glass was mostly broken from the storefront. I glanced at one of the streetlights, wishing it would turn on. Maya, be careful, I whispered to the girl. I'll be fine. Des was already moving for the target, and I jogged to catch up. The song changed to a melodramatic tune about unrequited love, a classic I hadn't heard for years. There were more buildings, stores crammed together in strip malls. Fayetteville had a lot of these, and a reminiscent feeling of loss enveloped me. Red brick had been favored here, and it stood the test of time and disrepair. I closed my eyes for a moment, recalling the familiar sense of community. Cars buzzing down the roads, neighbors waving at one another, sports fans arguing about their team at the local watering hole. Des startled me by tapping my shoulder. Not the best time to be taking a nap, he muttered. Sorry. We were closer to the source of the music. A bar with a clef note image on a swinging sign over the door set 24 yards away, and Des slowed, keeping his gun low, aimed at the sidewalk. I had to watch my step, careful not to trip on the damaged and crumbling concrete. The song changed again, this one faster-paced, something with a beat and auto-tuned singers. Des raised his free hand, and I stopped near the next-door business's window. It used to be a bakery. I saw the old glass serving display, the words, "Fresh bread baked daily," painted on the glass. Desmond's finger pressed to his lips, parting his mustache as we listened. I finally heard voices but couldn't understand what they were saying. "You ready?" Des asked. I nodded, not quite sure what I was agreeing to. He glanced at my hands and sighed. "Pretend you're armed." I wasn't wearing a jacket and searched for something to hold. In the end, I shoved my hand in my pocket and shrugged. Des leaned in. "We'll go around back. They'll expect us at the front doors." He headed to the alley, and I almost shouted when a cat jumped off a garbage can, skittering out of sight. Weeds were nearly as tall as us, and I forced across them, turning behind the bar. The music was fainter, muffled by the thick steel door. Des tested the handle, and it spun freely. We entered with caution. It was dim, soft light carrying from outside the kitchen. The place was clean, obviously still used and cared for. The stainless steel countertops glistened, and I could smell the faint aroma of hamburgers and deep-fried potatoes. It made me realize how hungry I was. Des crept to the bar, and he stopped, waiting for me to arrive. Candles flickered in the room beyond, and I counted 10 people. Instead of waiting for an insidious mugging, like Des anticipated, they were laughing, dancing, and drinking beers from a cooler. The music was loud, and a gentle breeze carried through the entire bar, coming from the open front door. I relaxed, but when I looked at Des's eyes, he was anything but. I saw why. A man was behind him, holding a gun to his back. "Who the hell are you?" the big man demanded. Des lifted his arms and turned slowly. He let the revolver swing on his right index finger, and he spoke calmly. "My name is Desmond Locke, and this is my new friend Colton Beck." He lowered the gun to the ground and kicked it to the big man facing us. He was bald, with a thick scar carved on his brow and deep-set eyes. The music turned off, and the entire bar full of people approached us. They were lit by the glow of a few dozen candles. "Everything okay, Bull?" His name was perfectly suited for him. I wouldn't have been surprised if he had horns. "It is now." Bull shoved Desmond out of the kitchen. "I know your names, but you haven't told me why you snuck in holding a gun." "These are uncertain times. We crashed our hover train a few miles out near the Angor Fields. Pilot had a heart attack. We came searching for a way to contact Intercontinental, and when I heard the music, I thought it was a trap." A woman stepped closer. "Why would we ambush you?" Des fiddled with his mustache. "This happened to me a few times. I'm a bit of a roamer. People in the interior don't seem to enjoy outsiders much." "Do you believe this guy?" the youngest man in the room asked. He was fit, a full head of thick brown hair and a cocky smirk on his face. "He didn't crash in no hover train. He was probably coming to rob us." He glanced from Des, and his gaze lingered on me a moment. I wanted to punch the kid. "You can check for yourself. There are 20 passengers. 2 Angor." Des said the alien name, drawing out the syllables. "You brought Angor to us?" Bull didn't look pleased. "What's wrong with that?" I asked. "We stay out here so we don't have to concede to their rules," the first woman said. She seemed to be the matriarch of the group. Her hair was light gray in the candlelight. "They don't care what you do," Des said plainly. "There's bigger issues than a few people hanging out in the middle of Kansas." "How would you know?" Bull demanded. "I've been around." I realized I knew nothing about Desmond, but he was engaging and had my curiosity spiked. "And you?" the woman asked me, jabbing a finger at my chest. "I'm from Arkansas, ma'am. Worked in California for the last decade, and now I'm trying to get to New York City." I figured since Des was being so truthful, I may as well too. "Why? What's in New York?" She squinted at me. I peered at Desmond and back at her. "The expedition." The room was silent. Then Bull cracked a laugh, breaking the tension. "Good one," Bull said. "He's not kidding. We're part of a mission to Die Corps. Now, would you please help us reach someone from the hover train company?" Desmond asked. "I thought this was a party," a voice said from the front door. It was Maya, with the two Angor women behind her. "Why did we stop the music?" Bull's gun aimed at the Angor, and he glanced to the matriarch for guidance. She motioned for him to lower it. "There's no sense keeping these fine people from reaching their destination." Bull conceded, and Des picked the revolver off the floor. The room was tense, but Maya sauntered in, plucking a beer from the cooler. She tapped the neck on the tabletop, popping the cap off. "Got anything to eat?" The sun emerged over the city, drowning the street in a comfortable golden glow. Maya and I watched Desmond as he spoke with Catherine, the older lady. She'd spent her whole life here, and had run that very bar for a decade before the Angor came and changed everything. "I had no idea it was like this," Maya confessed. I sipped a coffee from a reusable cup and nodded. "You can see why so many people are of two minds with the Angor." I glanced behind us to where Rosha and Kylon were talking. We'd stayed the night in town, waiting for the train company to come pick us up. I heard the ship before I saw it in the horizon. The Angor had dispatched someone to gather us. The vessel was barely big enough to carry all our passengers, and I noticed the Intercontinental logo on the side of the white vessel as it settled to the parking lot. "The expedition, hey?" Bull said beside me. "Maybe I'll take a look." He gave us a final wave and walked off with Catherine, not wanting to be seen by the Angor. We promised we wouldn't mention them, but I really didn't think anyone would care that they remained in this city. There were a couple hundred people in Great Bend, living off-grid. They managed to procure food and beverages in a barter system out of Kansas City, a few hundred miles away. I had experience with that, thanks to my father's previous business. According to them, there was an entire cross-country network of like-minded humans, connected using old ham radios. I wondered if that's how people heard of my dad's store back in the day. I, for one, was ready to travel to New York, not wanting to waste any more of my remaining hours. "That was fun," Maya told me. "You shouldn't have shown up at the bar last night," I said. "But I'm glad you did. That entrance broke the ice." She smirked. "I do what I can." Maya rushed off to where Rosha was talking with an Angor pilot at the end of the ship's entrance. Desmond looked pleased with himself, and I didn't ask why. "So, you like to roam," I joked, referring to his comment from last night. "Like a free antelope." He nudged my shoulder, and we entered the vessel. An hour later, we'd loaded the passengers from the hover train and were off to Dallas. This ship was brand new, smelling of freshly molded plastic and pristine fabric. Maya and I sat in the front, behind a clear glass barrier separating the dual rows from the pilot. I hadn't been on an airplane since I was a kid, but this reminded me of the old 737s in layout. Des snored soundly behind us, and Kylon approached, leaning in to speak with me. "I've managed to convince them to bring you to New York after Dallas." I smiled at the Angora woman. "Thank you for the help." "Think nothing of it. And thank you," she said. "For what?" "Being accepting of us. We feel the stares and animosity when we're out among humans. You have been kind, and we appreciate it." She looked at Maya. "All of you." I was used to Angor being around, but it was obvious they made themselves scarce in certain locations. Maya pursed her lips and tapped the glass with a pink fingernail. "They aren't so bad." "I thought you were going to investigate." Her glare cut me off. "Honestly, I just want to see another world. Earth is so confining. Boring, she finished with a laugh. And you think Dicor will be any different? I asked her. She was a smart kid, which meant she needed adventure. Dicor will change our people forever. A colony. Can you imagine stepping foot onto another world? She asked. Kylon had returned to her seat and I spoke softly. Why has no one been to Trum? I asked Maya. It took them forever to get here. Didn't they send a ship back along with some humans a few years after they came? That had been the rumor, but there was no evidence to convince us. I think so. I have to tell you something. If she was going on the expedition, she'd find out soon enough. What is it? She lost her easy smile, frowning instead. I was told that we have a checkpoint in our solar system. I whispered. Her eyes bugged out. Seriously? A link to the river? Des snorted, coming awake at her abrupt words. You two keep it down. She sank into her seat and whispered. The river? Yes, that's how we're going to get to Dicor in 5 months, she said, as if it made perfect sense. 5 months. If I was lucky enough to join this expedition, I might just set foot on Dicor before this Xeno killed me. Thinking about my impending death spurred me on. I'm even more excited, she told me. In Dallas, nearly all the passengers disembarked, including the pair of Angor. We said our goodbyes to Boris, then the mother and her 2 children. Maya, Desmond, and I were the sole remaining guests aboard the flight to Manhattan. The vessel transported us in under an hour, landing atop the tower in the middle of Central Park. This was our official government office, leading the world since the Unity Accord was signed 2 decades ago. Representatives from each country were housed there, having a voice in our people's futures, but really, the Angor were behind almost all of the decisions. That was the rumor I'd heard over the years. I didn't know what to believe. We grabbed our bags before exiting the craft. I thanked the pilot and stepped onto the rooftop landing pad. 5 more ships, identical to this but unmarked, were parked atop the office building, and an Angor man rushed from a stairwell holding a tablet. We're sorry for your experience on the hover train, he said. You 3 are on the expedition, yes? I glanced between my companions and cleared my throat. I have to see Indy Hart. His dark eyes blinked, and he had a sheen of sweat on his ridged brow. Assistant Director Hart is preoccupied with meetings. Can you please show me your expedition clearance? He stuck a hand out. Desmond gave his, and so did Maya. The man waited for me, and I sighed loudly. Please, I have to talk with Miss Hart. It's imperative. Is she expecting you, Mr. Beck? Colton Beck. Mention my name. I glanced past the alien, viewing the entire city from this vantage point. It had changed a lot since the Angor's arrival, but I could still see the New York of before, hidden between the giant skyscrapers. The park surrounded Unity Tower, and the Empire State, along with countless other classic structures, was visible from here. I'd never been to the city before, and I was inspired. Dozens of floating vessels drifted over Manhattan, moving high above the bustling metropolis. Sounds from the street remained constant in the background. It was a symphony of the city, and I loved it. Mr. Beck, Miss Hart does not take... I stepped closer to the nervous Angor man, standing tall. Tell her that I'm here. I'll be in the Harazzle Museum. You're sure he can't slip in with us? Desmond asked the guy. Not a chance. Without expedition clearance, he's breaching the accordance laws of... Fine, I muttered. Take care of each other. Maya, the tough kid, was misty-eyed. We'll get you in. Thanks, I said, and Des was ushered off with Maya. Before I could ask for a lift to the ground level, 2 armed Angor wearing thick black armor strode to me. "On to the transport," one of them said. It was a tiny rectangular ship, and the gull-wing door swung upward, nearly clipping me in the chin. I entered and expected to be escorted. Instead, the transport sealed shut, rising from the rooftop. A few minutes later, it settled down, and I was released. I grabbed my bag and peered up at Unity Tower. Indy Hart was somewhere in there, and I hoped like hell that aide saw fit to pass my message along. I had so...
Pardon. Okay, baby.
So much to say to her. 20 years ago, Fayetteville, Arkansas. We can't stay, Bill. My parents were at it again. Their bickering was endless. I slid my headphones in, not wanting to hear them, but didn't press play on my device yet. Harriet, things will be fine. We've already seen the improvements. The Angor aren't the enemy, my dad assured my mom. My door was closed, but voices traveled in this old house. What about their plans to have us exit the interior? I don't want to pack our things and go to the coast. What would we even do? I'm a middle school teacher. They're trying to change our curriculum. Did you know that? I can be a ventilation worker anywhere, my dad said softly. This might not be so bad. We've always talked about being stuck. Maybe it's time to switch it up. Bill, I'm scared. I lay on my bed, staring at the ceiling that I'd looked at for my entire life. Instead of envisioning dinosaurs or baseball players in the popcorn stucco, I saw alien ships. My phone beeped, and I grinned. It was Indy. We seeing each other? I wasn't allowed to go out alone. Not once in the last 5 months since the Angor had come. It sucked. That didn't stop Indy and me from sneaking out and meeting by the river a few times a week. Same spot? I sent the message. My parents were still talking, but they must have moved to the porch because I could only hear the muffled discussion, not the words. We have to talk. I stared at her message. I hadn't been expecting that. My heart beat faster. This couldn't be it. Since our first kiss, I'd been living in a dream. The Angor coming and disrupting the world didn't even matter. Indy and I were in love. It's not bad, is it? My finger hovered over the screen, and I sent it. I could tell she'd seen the note, but didn't respond. I waited for a couple tense minutes, wanting to text again, and then it came. See you at 11. I glanced at the clock. It was 9. My parents would be heading to bed in an hour. My room was fairly tidy, and I strolled around it, scrutinizing my meager possessions. We might be moving. I had to find a way to keep my family here. Leaving meant splitting with Indy, and that was the last thing I wanted. I ran a palm across my books stacked randomly on the shelf. Gone were the hard-covered, golden-spined children's stories, replaced with space exploration and alien worlds. I found a dog-eared sci-fi and plucked it away from the vast array of fiction titles. The ships came at dawn. The first words sent shivers down my spine. The Angor may not have appeared with the rising of the sun, but it did feel like we were living inside a science fiction story. I returned it to the shelf and walked to the mirror. My cheeks were red. I felt fine, not overheated. It was fall in Fayetteville, which usually meant it was still hot out, but the evenings offered some relief in the form of a cool breeze. I opened my window, releasing the latch and tugging it up. A gust of wind invaded my stuffy room. I returned to my reflection, but my face remained rosy. I coughed a few times, feeling a tickle in my throat. Maybe I'd caught a cold. The Angor claimed they were able to cure any ailment, and already our planet was seeing the benefit of our Unity Accord come to fruition. I could handle the sniffles. I waited for the sound of my parents' door closing and delayed another 10 minutes before sneaking out of my window. The neighbor's dog barked once, and I silently wished it to be quiet. My bike was already at the fence, leaning against the house, and I hopped on it, pedaling away from the only home I'd ever known. Indy was always early, so I was determined to beat her to the river. The sun was long set, and I rode through swaths of crusty orange and yellow leaves littering the streets this time of year. I went fast, cruising for my destination, anxious to hear what was so important to Indy. I exited the neighborhood, racing by a playground and into the forested area near the ball diamonds. Baseball was over, and I doubted I'd ever play again. Things like Little League didn't seem important anymore. The path was worn along the river, and I pedaled harder, eventually arriving at the rickety pier. Despite my being 10 minutes early, Indy was already there, staring at the rolling water. The moon was nearly full, and I watched the stars for a second, wondering where the Angor hailed from. Indy didn't turn when my bike clattered to the end of the pier. "Hey," I called to her. "Hey," she responded. Her voice sounded deflated. Indy sat on the edge of the pier. It had no safety rails, and no one knew who built this wooden overhang on the river's bend. The tributary was about 20 yards wide, and I picked up a stone, tossing it across. It didn't quite make it, and it splashed into the water. Her posture was different, stooped. I'd known her my entire life and recognized this mood. She'd been crying. Instead of grilling her about it, I just plopped beside her, observing the river reflecting the moonlight. I'd let her speak first. Her head rested on my shoulder, and our fingers intertwined. "I'm leaving," she whispered. "We just got here." "No, Fayetteville. We're gone in a week." Her words slapped me across the face. My lungs burned and I struggled to breathe. "Colton?" My ears rang and her face blurred. I grabbed for my neck, wondering why I couldn't inhale. "You're red!" She touched my forehead. "Burning hot! What's the matter?" I couldn't answer. I grabbed my throat and finally caught my breath. It felt like hot coals across my lungs. "Call someone," I managed to croak. Indy understood and pulled her phone out. I heard bits and pieces of her conversation, and she was hysterical when she returned. "Cole, they're on the way." I was paralyzed with fear. Indy had just told me she was leaving, but that was a distant memory as pain consumed my body. The moment I heard the sirens, I blacked out. "It's something new, Mrs. Beck." The sounds around me were familiar. Gentle beeping of hospital machinery, keeping a patient alive. When I was younger, we'd spent a week with my grandmother, while her life slowly seeped away from her grasp. It had been the worst time of my young existence, and had taken a heavy toll on my mother. "What do we do? How do we beat it?" My mom's voice was frantic, but soothing to me. She'd figure this out.
"Mrs. Beck, from what we can tell, there is no cure yet."
I finally blinked my eyes open and watched a middle-aged male doctor make notes on his metal clipboard. He was smiling, but it felt fake. He glanced at me and his expression changed. "It seems your son is awake." "Colton." My mom's hands were cool, and she clasped them as if she might never let go. "You're going to be fine." "What is he talking about?" "Who?" "The doctor." I tried sitting up, but my chest ached too much to move. "Stay calm, Colton," the doctor said. "You've been through a lot. How do you feel?" "Like someone made me drink magma," I told him. He smiled again. "That should pass. It's worse at the start." "The start of what?" I asked. The doctor studied his clipboard again. "We're calling it Xeno." Xeno? I looked at the ceiling. Did they bring this? I'd read enough science fiction to understand that Xeno meant foreign, often relating to aliens or otherworldly things. "What are you saying, Dr. Radish?" my mom asked. "We think it might have to do with the Angor. Yes, but they're working on it. It appears a tiny percentage of humans are reacting to the modifications they've released into our atmosphere," he said gently. "What did they do to my son?" My mom's response wasn't anything close to resembling timid. She hit the doctor in the chest and he stepped away, holding his metal board up protectively. Mrs. Beck, I didn't cause this. I'm just telling you what I'm supposed to... What will happen to Colton? She managed. Let's discuss this in the hallway. Is your husband close? Dr. Radish asked. I waved a hand, trying to get their attention. What about me? I want to know what's going on. I spotted a man in a hazmat suit walking up to the door, and the doctor signaled to the exit. What is he doing here? They ignored me, leaving the room. I looked around for the first time, finding I was in a private space. The suited man started putting up a plastic barrier outside my hospital room, and I noticed Indy rushing toward me on the other side of the glass. She was crying, and two men caught up to her. Security stopped her from entering, and we locked gazes for a moment. I finally managed to sit up, watching my girlfriend struggle to free herself from the grip of the bulky security guards. Tears stained her cheeks, and I lifted a finger, wiggling it. She did the same. It was an old joke, something we'd carried since we were fishing at the river a few years before. The guards dragged her away, and the hazmat suit finished quarantining my room. I never saw Indy again. 5. Now. Harrazzle was technically in Central Park, but it also covered a third of Harlem. I stared at the long line in front of me, tourists hoping to catch a peek inside the legendary Angkor exploration vessel. They'd done a great job of making it appealing. The landscaping was beautifully executed, with winding concrete paths surrounded by a garden, making the wait somewhat more enjoyable. The alien ship was 30 Manhattan city blocks in length and 5 wide. I gawked up at the height, astounded the Angkor had allowed one of their ships to be used for a tourist attraction. The area was covered with families on vacation to see Unity Tower, the home of our government. One of the many screens along the path flashed on, showcasing a female actress. Did you know that the Unity Accord was signed by over 30 people? 20 humans and 10 Angkor. See the Unity Square just a mile south of the museum. If you'd like to purchase a pass, please click the link using your Angkor-fueled tablet. The line shifted forward, and I was at the entrance in another 10 minutes. They built a giant collection of stairs leading to the nose of the ship. The front was cut open, with 5 sets of doors leading into the vessel. I bought my pass, cringing at the exorbitant cost. A kid ran by me up the steps, clutching his mini replica of the Harrazzle, purchased from one of the mini gift shop kiosks placed beside the waiting line. When I grow up, I want to be an Angkor, he said firmly, showing me his toy. Dare to dream, I said with a smile. I didn't bother to tell the kid that it was impossible. It was 10 degrees cooler inside, and I stopped to admire the decor. The Angkor were minimalists when it came to design. Their uniforms and clothing were quite utilitarian, as was the interior of this spacecraft. The walls and floor were a mixture of whites and grays. I saw nothing that stood out as a vibrant color. Don't forget to download your tour map, a friendly human host said to those entering. I pulled out my tablet and did just that. I wanted to see the engineering. For some reason, I'd always dreamed of being on that part of a ship's crew. While most kids wanted to be sitting in a captain's chair, ordering a robot to hit erratic speeds, I thought the real heroes were behind the walls, ensuring everyone arrived at their destination safely. It might account for why I'd worked on Angkor construction crews for the last decade, while my oldest friend was in politics. Once inside the ship, we were allowed free rein, and I parted from the clustered crowds, all eager to see the bridge, or what passed for one, among the Angkor. Instead, I took the least busy corridor, Seeing most of the entrances blocked off with eye-pleasing barricades, I wondered what was behind all the sealed-shut doors as I passed a medical bay. We were on the primary deck. It was labeled with zeros throughout the corridors, and I understood there were 2 decks above and 2 below. The levels under me were called subdecks and had -1 or -2 on the placards. Above were +1 and +2. I found their marking system interesting, but it wasn't revolutionary. Cures for devastating diseases were created in laboratories much like this one at Angor City, a tour guide told a group of visitors. They observed the medical bay, staring at the alien equipment, and I poked my head in. Their screens showcased complex diagrams, and I glanced into something that resembled a microscope, finding moving cells. The tour went on, and so did I, checking my map for a path to engineering. It directed me with a green line on my tablet, and 10 minutes later, I was at the entrance for the ship's control room. It was quiet down here, with only a few people inhabiting the space. "Dad, let's go see where the director slept," a young girl said. She had a replica Angor flight uniform on, and I grinned at her father. He shrugged and followed after his daughter. I stood on the base of the ship in subsection -2 at the 5th quadrant. The engine room went all the way up to the top of the craft. The room was gigantic. They had a simulator running with bright orange energy lines highlighting the ship's drive. When the real drives were powered, they relayed their energy into the thrusters, allowing for nearly light speed. I didn't understand the finer details, but I'd heard enough from various sources over the years to know I should be impressed. I saw my first Angor workers wearing uniforms and smiling for pictures with tourists. "I don't believe it." I heard the voice and instantly was aware it was directed at me. "Indy," I whispered, turning to see the older version of my friend. We dated for a few months, but our friendship took precedence. It was easier to remember us that way. She looked even better in person than she had on TV. Her light brown hair hung in looping curls past her shoulders, and she smiled despite the obvious pain in her eyes. I didn't speak, just ran over to the doors. I hugged her, picking her up off her feet. She laughed, and so did I. I finally let her go with a crowd of people gathering to see what all the fuss was about. "You're alive," she said, wiping away a tear. "You didn't expect that?" I asked. Indy shook her head in response. "Not with the..." She stopped and grabbed my arm, dragging me farther into the room. She had a keycard around her neck, and she waved it over a barricaded door. It unlatched, and she took me into a private office. A security guard sat at a desk, watching a dozen screens. "Can you give us a minute?" Indy asked the guy. "Sure, Assistant Director Hart," he said, leaving in a hurry. We were alone. I wanted to say so many things, but wasn't sure where to start. "Colton Beck. I should have known you'd find me one day." "I wish I'd done it sooner," I told her. She stared at me and lost her smile. "It's happening, isn't it?" I nodded. "When?" "Under 6 months. That's the prognosis." She paled and came closer, setting a hand on my face. "Cole, I wish I..." "Don't waste time wishing away your life, Indy." "Where did you hear that?" she asked. "From a very special young lady." "She seems smart. You should have held on to her." The words stung, but we were both at fault back then. "Look, Colton, I didn't mean anything by that. It's just... seeing you, it's pushed everything to the forefront." "I know." I ran a hand through my hair and exhaled. "I'm sorry about... I should have talked to you. I was experiencing the Xeno shock." "Let's not waste time, Colton. We're here now. What can I do for you?" I assume there's more to your visit than nostalgia. She always read me like a book. The expedition. I glanced at the screens, watching tourists funnel deeper into the huge, elaborate alien vessel. What about it? I won in. Her expression told me I was crazy for even suggesting something of the sort. Cole, I don't have that kind of power. Why not? I sat on the edge of the desk facing her, and she turned slightly, almost defensively. Every gesture felt familiar, jogging loose old memories. You're the assistant director. How did that even happen? It wasn't easy, she sighed, and I sensed more behind the 3 words. Even if I could suggest a few candidates out of 10,000, which I can't, you have, she touched to her chest, Zeno. I realize that, but I'm fine. I rarely endure any of the symptoms. It's not that bad. I meant it. But when I did have an attack, it felt like a herd of cats were clawing at my lungs. I kept that small detail to myself. It's impossible. Nothing is impossible, I smiled. You never thought you'd see me again, right? Well, I'm here. If someone had asked you yesterday, you might have suggested that was impossible. Improbable, maybe, she retorted. But she did smirk, and I knew I was closing the gap in her mind. Can you try? I spoke low, staring into her eyes. Damn you, Cole. I've worked so hard to reach this position, and you want me to threaten it by doing something illegal? She clenched her jaw. I hadn't thought of it that way. Of course, it was just like me to be selfish and not see her side of the story. It had been the same 20 years before. I'm sorry. I shouldn't have come. I told her, going for the exit, but she blocked my path, putting a palm on my chest. 20 years. You've known you were going to die since you were 15. How have you made it this far? She asked solemnly. We're all going to die, Indy. What's the difference? The difference is most people have no idea when. Did you read the letter? I shook my head, and she didn't say anything else about it. I'd been keeping up with my scheduled appointments ever since the diagnosis. It hadn't been long after they'd quarantined me in the hospital that they let me go. It was quickly obvious that those of us with Xeno weren't contagious, but that stigma had stuck with a lot of people, specifically the older generation. Anyone born after the Angor released the toxins was fine. It was bizarre. The youth looked at it like something a handful of their elders had contracted. Nothing to be scared of. I recalled being young once, too, and how invincible I'd felt. You're a stronger person than me, she admitted. That's not true. I've hidden in the shadows for my entire adulthood. You've been working your ass off and making a name for yourself. Aren't you the first woman to be an assistant director? I asked. Yes, and the third human. Technically the fourth, with President Albatross being given the title posthumously. She did that thing where she rolled her eyes while she spoke, bobbing her head slightly. What happened to the others? I recalled the last one, a doughy man of about 50. He was the face of the Unity Tower for a decade, and suddenly, he was gone. They retired, she told me. Regardless, I'm sorry, Cole. I can't help you. It was worth a shot, and I got to see you. Let me put you up in the plaza, she told me. That old dump? I laughed. There were so many fancy luxury hotels in New York, but she knew I'd prefer the classic comfort from before the Angor. We'd seen it on TV when we were kids, swearing we would one day stay in the penthouse and order everything off the room service menu. You have a better idea? Not even close. I realize you're busy, but would you have dinner with me? I didn't know anyone else, and I had absolutely no clue what I was going to do with my last 6 months. If Indy Hart couldn't secure me a slot on the expedition, no one could. She gazed at the monitors, and I guess she was checking the timestamp. It was 4 in the afternoon. I'll have my aide make the reservation for your suite. See you there in 3 hours? Wouldn't miss it for the world. She opened the door, holding it for me. Take your time. The tour is quite fascinating. I guess this is the closest I'll ever get to the real thing, I mumbled. You should be grateful. Dicor isn't going to be a Caribbean cruise, Cole. She walked off, and I watched her go. Indy Hart. I couldn't believe that was her. She looked so different, but still the same in so many ways. I assumed she felt the same. I grabbed my tablet and sent Desmond a message. I'd only met the guy 2 days ago and already felt an odd kinship with him, a familiarity that usually came with time. It showed me how few real relationships I had. How are things? A couple minutes passed and I wandered the corridors, taking the central elevators to the top deck. While I was there, I figured it couldn't hurt to see what all the fuss was about. The crowds of people grew thicker as I neared the bridge at +2 at the first quadrant. I counted 10 Angor actors playing the roles of the brave crew that had led the vessel from Trum to Earth all those years before. They hammed it up, but the tourists were in awe. We can't go back, Administrator Volans. Earth needs our help, and we've committed to the mission. A female officer said, her words loud through the bridge's speakers. The radiation levels of... I stopped listening. We all knew the Angor had a tumultuous voyage here. From what they told us, they lost 4 of their vessels on the journey. 40,000 of their people gone. Colton back. I think I've made the right decision. Any luck on getting recruited? Desmond's response read, Not yet, but don't give up on me. My own journey had been rocky, but I wouldn't stop until I was on that expedition. Strapped into Pelora with the other 10,000 colonists, heading for Dicor. Good man. Keep me posted. I told him I would, and searched for the exit. First stop, the plaza. Next, Dicor. The moment I saw Indy at my door, I felt underdressed. She had that effect. Even when we were kids, she could show up in any room and turn everyone's heads. Her demeanor was enchanting, her smile contagious. She wore a simple black dress with her light brown hair pinned to one side and looked fantastic. Nice room. Indy stepped in, gazing around the suite. And it was. I really appreciated it. The furniture was probably 100 years old, made well before we knew the name Angor, or that aliens were real, traveling between star systems with the river. My suite had a second story, and she peered up the stairs before circling back and sitting near the fireplace. It wasn't on, but the seating was comfortable, set up for conversation. Gilded mirrors hung on the walls, matching the glass table's accents, and I peered at the bar, knowing I should offer her a drink. I was nervous. I'd dated enough in my life, but nothing came close to being serious. I couldn't do that to a woman, not when I had Zeno. Hell, I'd only told Amy Horowitz about it to get information on the expedition. It wasn't something I divulged easily. I stared out the window, seeing movement along the Central Park boundary. Dozens of armed Angor marched through the street near the park's entrance. Is that normal? I asked her. No. I hadn't seen so many Angor together before, especially ones wearing armor and holding large weapons. What is this all about? They've elevated security for the Unity Tower and Manhattan on the whole. Because of the expedition, there's been more unrest around the world, Indy said. Why? It proves how many secrets we've been keeping from our people. The fact that details of the Unity Accord haven't been disclosed makes our population suspect malfeasance. That's what I'm beginning to see. Wasn't quite so bad in LA. Most of the people seemed happy to work with the Angor. I told her, "Good. That's what we want." "And you? You believe the Angor are righteous? Here for altruistic reasons?" I studied her expression and she gave nothing away. "Would I have accepted the role of assistant director if I felt otherwise?" she asked. "I suppose not. You want a drink?" "Red wine?" She said it like a question, and I opened the bar, finding a few options. I didn't have a taste for the stuff, so I took 2 of the fanciest bottles and showed them to her. She indicated the left, and I tried not to think of the cost. "The tab's on the government. Don't worry about it," she said. I stopped uncorking the bottle and frowned at her. "How do you know what I'm thinking?" "It's a skill. Helped me get where I am. I can read people. With you, it's different. I could easily anticipate your moves when we were kids. Playing hide and seek, your choices were so obvious. It rarely took me more than 5 minutes to find you did it." "You always had a knack." I poured 2 liberal glasses and sat across from her, raising my wine. "To old loves." Indy's smile faded, but she repeated the words, then took a drink. "You know, we don't have to go out for dinner." I almost dropped my glass. "We don't?" "I think the room service is top-notch." "You remembered," I laughed. "How could I forget? We used to watch that movie, dreaming of traveling to the Big Apple. It's hard to believe we were ever that young," she whispered. "Look at us now." I was finally relaxing. Indy had a way of putting everyone at ease, me included. She set the wine on the coffee table and stared at me. "I'll do it." I glanced at her, trying not to show my cards. "The expedition?" "You're going to die, Cole. Did you ever have a chance to do the things you love? Throw a pitch at Wrigley, get your MBA and start a business? Take a safari tour?" She was animated, her arms waving in front of her. I shook my head. "None of those things, no." "Because of the Angor, we've endured so much." She lowered her voice, peering at the door. "I know they were generous, but at what cost? Our world will survive longer. Our people can thrive at far higher populations than we'd ever anticipated, but we lost an entire part of us that makes us human. I loved you, Colton Beck. And to see you here, knowing you're going to die and that you've just worked for them every day, sleeping alone, it breaks my heart." I crossed the space, settling beside her. Her hand was warm in mine, and I wiped a tear from her cheek. "Indy, I was impetuous coming to ask this of you. You've done so well. I don't want to ruin that. I was being selfish." "No, you deserve to be selfish, and I'll see that you're on the expedition." Indy coughed and picked up her wine glass. "To Dicor." We clinked. "To Dicor." Indy brought up the hotel menu on her tablet, and we sat close, clicking almost every box. There were over 1,000 of us in the giant warehouse deep into Long Island. I sweated under the heavy white uniform. It was a recruit jumpsuit, and for some reason, it had the thickest zipper I'd ever seen, and felt too heavy. I noticed other people squirming in their clothing, and a man next to me in line whispered in my ear, "They could have given us something other than a damned Angor outfit." "I guess they don't sweat," I muttered. The lights were high up on the ceiling, blasting 1,000-watt bulbs above the gathered recruits. "Welcome to the expedition," a woman bellowed. "My name is Officer Penelope Bates." A drone hovered near her, emulating her words through speakers in all 4 corners of the warehouse. She adjusted a setting, and when she spoke again, it was slightly less invasive. You've all been selected from your applications for different reasons. First things first, we will be conducting medical tests. Once you pass, you will be given a button. Secure this to your uniform and funnel out to the yard where the waiting transports are to be found. Each ship will have a matching indicator. Go to that transport. Those will be your teams.
Teams? Is this the military?
The guy asked. I glanced at him. I thought we were setting up a colony. He offered his hand, trying to be subtle. We were told not to talk while in formation. I shook it quickly.
Name's Franklin.
First or last? Just Franklin, he said with a laugh. You? Colton Beck.
Beck. That's simple enough.
Someone shushed us, and the woman pacing around the formed lines continued to speak. From there, we will travel to Angor City for preparations. We will be leaving on Pelora in 2 weeks' time. Understood? She asked, stopping a few yards from my position. She was a hard-nosed woman, hair shorn short. There were tattoos on her hands creeping past her long sleeves, and her boots clipped over the concrete floor as she marched farther down the line. This will not be an easy journey, recruits. There will be 10 identical groups accompanying us. We will be visiting alien worlds, traveling through the river. Dicor will be harsh, but everyone here signed up and realized the risks. Actually, I doubted any of these people understood the implications. They heard about a colony and wanted the chance to be selected to take the arduous trek to another world. We're going to file into the medical scans using your 10 lines you're already in. Don't worry, it's painless. We're looking for anything your local doctors may have missed. If you have an ailment, the Angor physicians will see to them at Angor City. Your belongings will be on the transports already. Is that clear? The crowd reacted with a spattering of acknowledgments, and the energy shifted as everyone directed to the medical doors. People began chatting with their neighbors, shaking hands, patting backs, and celebrating their success in joining the expedition. I scanned for Desmond or Maya, but didn't see either of them in the mass of recruits.
What do you hope to find on Dicor?
Franklin asked me. Find? I hadn't thought that far ahead and told him so. What about you?
Not sure.
He was probably 10 years my senior, hair thinning. He was thick, wide in the chest with hefty arms, and he smiled, revealing a missing canine.
Wouldn't mind carving out a home of my own on another planet. I've always been a bit of a survivalist. Lived off the grid in Western Canada for a while. Instead of worrying about aliens, I had to fend off bears.
Which is worse?
Bears don't have guns,
he said, lightly punching my arm. We moved ahead until I was about only 10 people from being scanned. Where was Indy? If they tested me, they'd quickly see I had Xeno and I'd be sent packing. There were 10 doors feeding the same number of lines, each with 100 recruits. They were moving quickly. I dabbed my brow, sweating more than ever. I billowed the jumpsuit at the collar, trying to cool myself. Then I saw her. Indy Hart, the assistant director, entered the warehouse, her eyes searching the plethora of white uniformed recruits. I raised a hand, trying to be discreet, but knew I was anything but. There were 5 people in front of me. She finally spotted me, rushing for the door I was about to enter. An Angor stood with a tablet at each entrance, and Indy whispered to the woman positioned at my entry point. 3 people in line, then it was my turn to be scanned.
What's she doing here?
Franklin asked. Indy?
You know her?
No, I lied, then instantly regretted it. Okay, that's not the truth, but I haven't seen her in years.
I'm surprised they let her out of the tower.
I clenched my jaw and stepped forward. It was my turn. The Angor woman handed the tablet to Indy and walked off, disregarding me. Next, Indy said casually. I walked beside her and heard the gentle whisper. Don't stand in the middle of it. Stay close. I proceeded through the door and saw the medical unit. It was the size of a bedroom, with a floor-to-ceiling screen and white molded plastic covered in blinking lights. A man wearing a jumpsuit entered from the opposite end of the space and placed a finger on his lips. He was about my size, hair the same color. Hell, he could have played me in a movie. I stayed where I was, letting myself be scanned, and the green light blinked on. The door across the room opened, and he slunk out. I followed, but found no trace of him. He was gone. "Mr. Beck, here's your button. Please secure it to your lapel." Indy's aide handed me a blue button, and I fastened it onto my jumpsuit as instructed. There were other recruits mingling in the distance, and I joined them, heading out into the midday heat. The 10 transports each had a color painted in a circle, and I spotted the blue one, second from the end. Everyone was cheerful, enjoying their successful first day. I patted my chest, noticing how fast my heart was beating. My lungs began to burn, and I froze in place. Don't do this. Not now. I just passed the test. If I had a xeno reaction at this moment, it was all over. I closed my eyes, picturing the ocean lapping onto a Malibu beach, the sunsets from the barge, Indy's smile. My lungs still ached, but the pinprick sensation faded enough for me to breathe. My heart slowed, and I inhaled, knowing the air was just toxic enough to kill me slowly. That didn't matter. I was leaving Earth before that happened. I'd never been able to prevent a full-out xeno attack, but today was special. Nothing was going to ruin this, not even my defect. No, not my defect. It was the Angor's doing. I'll be damned. I saw the mustache, then the smile under it when I turned around. Desmond Locke. I glanced at his button. I see we're going to be flying together. Blue's the color of the sky, Des said, smirking at me. How did you pull this off? He was aware I hadn't been accepted into the expedition by the old-fashioned method. It pays to have friends. Then I'd better stick close to you, he said. I think you have a horseshoe somewhere. I had the opposite, but didn't tell him that. Let's grab the good seats. We walked to the transport. I met Indy Hart at the ship's entrance and noticed the blue button pinned to her top. It seems I've been recruited, she said when I arrived. She didn't seem pleased about it. How is that possible? I leaned close, letting some of the other recruits wander past me onto the vessel. It's a mystery. Director Ulasan contacted me an hour ago. Said he decided our organization needed full representation on the colony, asked if I'd like to join. Indy's gaze scanned over the parking lot, full of people. And you said yes? She studied me, lips pursed. Not exactly. When I suggested they send someone with fewer credentials, he said he could just strip my rank and then we wouldn't have a problem. I tensed, despising the fact that the Angor director had threatened her like that. She was a different person from the affable, carefree woman that I'd shared dinner with. She'd stayed for hours, well into the night, catching up on the last 20 years. It turned out she had a lot more to talk about than I did. I think my rendition of the past had only taken 10 minutes. Hers was full of intrigue, Angor education, and back-alley handshakes. It was fascinating. What did you tell him? She shrugged. I didn't have much of a choice. I guess I'll be with you on Dicor. She motioned me inside when Cyrus, her Angor aide, approached with 2 large pieces of rolling luggage. Is he coming? I whispered. Can't very well operate without my sidekick, now can I? She chuckled. Cyrus didn't acknowledge me, as he set to softly relaying a message from his tablet. He looked comfortable in his uniform. I found Desmond in the transport, holding a spot for me near the front of the ship. The seats were in pairs, running on either side of the aisle like an old airplane. I guess there were 25 rows, making enough room for all 100 of the Team Blue members. Everything good, my friend? Des asked as I slumped into my seat. That experience had been too close for comfort, but the threat of a Xeno attack felt distant, and I smiled at him. We're about to fly from New York to Angor City before departing for space. Things are looking up. And I meant it. All of it. I was going to die, but I'd have one hell of an experience before that happened. The crew was comprised of Angor and humans, and I saw a lanky alien lowering to the pilot's seat before the crew cabin sealed shut, separating us. Indy and her aide were in the front with the others, already creating a barrier between her and the rest of Team Blue. I suppose that made sense. I didn't suspect she'd be enduring rudimentary training with us grunts. Have you seen Maya? I asked Des, craning my neck behind to scan for her blonde hair. She's with Orange, poor girl, Des muttered. Why? Because she doesn't get the pleasure of hanging out with me, Des replied. I have a lot of wisdom in this old dome. He rapped his knuckles on his skull. I did see Franklin, the guy from the line, near the back of the transport, and I was relieved I didn't have to squeeze in next to the big man. He waved at me, his gap-toothed grin signaling he was having the time of his life. I guessed anything was better than fending off grizzly bears. Prepare for takeoff, a voice said, and I closed my eyes. I never was much of a flyer. As a kid, we didn't travel often, and even during the last few years, I'd stuck to ferries and land transportation as much as possible. Taking the hover train had been outside my comfort zone, and look how that had ended, with us crashing into a wheat field. Taking an Angor ship is, I know, the safest mode of kind of awesome, he finished, surprising me. The engines hummed as the undermounted thrusters fired on, and I felt the pressure building as we sat there. A moment later, the transport lifted straight up before shooting north. We were destined for Angor City. I'd managed to convince Indy to add me to the roster, and had miraculously bypassed their medical system into keeping my Xeno a secret. I was officially part of the expedition. 6. I hated the cold. Growing up in Arkansas, we had winters. Quite often, we'd be lucky enough to get snow on the ground for Christmas, but not every year. After living in California for a decade, I understood why people longed for the warmer climates. Witnessing Angor City for the first time was unreal. It was blanketed in snow, with the expansive ice and tundra stretching for miles in all directions. I'd seen pictures before, but even those had showcased a bright, sunny sky with melted terrain. This was something else. Angor City was larger than I'd been expecting, with dozens of skyscrapers rising from the earth. Numerous lights could be seen in the distance, and I wondered how many Angor it could house. At best guess, I'd estimate 200,000 or so, based on the layout and size of the city's boundaries. The structures matched those built in our cities, such as the Unity Tower in New York, or the countless others that crowded the LA skyline. Why are they comfortable here? I asked Des as we began our descent. The other 9 transports were close, and I glanced out my compact window at the nearest. I watched the people's faces as they gawked at the white mass of snow from a distance. No one knows for sure. Rumor has it they prefer the snow because it was similar to their own planet of Trum. But again, that's conjecture. Des's mustache moved as he spoke, and I wondered why we'd continued to remain ignorant on such matters. If we signed this Unity Accord, it was done so out of fear. Our previous leaders had probably figured there was no real choice, much like Indy Hart had no option but to accept the role on this Dicor mission. They would have felt there wasn't room for negotiation. Then why are they pushing us to the coast? I spoke low, but wasn't sure I could handle the answer even if I received one. That's a good question, Colton. Maybe you'll figure it out. Until then, I suggest you keep it zipped and follow my lead. Des rose as our ship settled to a cleared parking lot near the outskirts of the city. A gust of wind sent a flurry of snow against my seat's window, and I shivered. Only an hour ago, I'd been sweating inside my jumpsuit at the facility on Long Island. How quickly things changed. My tablet chimed, alerting me of a message from Amy Horowitz. I read it, smiling at the contents. She'd met someone who claimed to be making headway with Xeno. There wasn't a specific cure, but maybe something that might help slow the degeneration. That could have been promising early on, 20 or even 10 years ago. Not anymore. Her message was devoid of anything resembling affection, and I knew our night together was more about finishing what we'd started years before, rather than our current states. I'd needed comfort that day, and she probably recognized that. I was going to miss her, in a sense. The other messages were from my parents. Indy had made me promise not to speak a word to them about leaving for Dicor, because it might be traced to her if they knew their son, with Xeno, was on the expedition. I scrolled through the concerned texts, contemplating my response. Are you going to block the aisle all day? The voice was pretentious, and I didn't have to turn around to know I was going to despise the man behind the words. He was slim, taller than me by an inch, maybe two. Young, 20 or possibly 25. His chin was bare, but I doubted he had to shave it often. Sorry. I stepped aside, choosing to ignore his abruptness. We were on the same team, after all. The guy chuckled, bumping my shoulder as he strode by. Desmond glanced at me, and I shook my head, answering the unasked question. As I was saying, he's almost higher ranked than the director, but they prefer not to talk about it. He should have come and led the charge, but he's working on a big project for the Angor. The guy bragged to another recruit. I had no idea to whom he was referring, and I didn't care. Most of the ship was empty when Des and I entered the aisle, slowly marching from the transport. The cold wind bit against my cheeks when we stepped outside, and we were ushered onto hovering buses, like the ones I'd used back home. Home. Had the barge on the California coast ever been my home? I think my house in Fayetteville was the only real consolation I'd had. It was an older property with wooden panels and a strange scent embedded into the basement carpet, but I loved it just the same. Des must have picked up on my shifting mood. Colton, you have to let it go. Let go of what? He waved a hand in a sweeping arc. All of it. We're leaving Earth. I think there's a good chance we'll never return. Can you accept this reality? If we build a river checkpoint, don't waste your time on that. Even if the Angor do give us Dicor and it's habitable, do you really expect us to connect the world to Earth in our lifetimes? He wasn't aware of my impending death, but his words rang true regardless. Desmond was already older, and we had no information on how long it took to construct the complicated gateway device. It might be years, if there was a river. I was freezing while we chatted outside the bus. Let's discuss it later. For now, I'm hoping they lead us to a mess hall. Desmond rubbed his stomach. I saw Indy stalk onto another bus as I clambered on board, hearing the door slam shut behind me. Despite my slight reservations of our host's objectives, I was excited to see Angor City up close. The vehicle was full, and I stood near the front while the Angor pilot lifted us into the air. We followed a procession of buses around the city, never flying into its boundaries. We began to drop near a giant frozen lake a few miles from the edge of town. We aren't going into the city? I asked the pilot. He responded in the melodic Angor language, and I didn't know what he was saying. That was interesting. Every Angor I'd ever met could talk to me. English in the United States, French in France, and so on. I'd assumed they'd all been required to learn our dialect, but perhaps I was mistaken. Assuming that was probably short-sighted and maybe a little egotistical. After a few minutes, the doors opened, and it was somehow colder in the barren wasteland. Through the blowing snowflakes, I spied 3 huge buildings. "Welcome to your training facility." Desmond looked smug, and he started to walk, following the rest of the expedition members. The sky had darkened, and it was so cloudy I couldn't see a single star above. This is it? It didn't seem that impressive. For the Angor, I expected more. A big show of their advanced technology. This resembled a vacant warehouse. Large, but extremely uninspired. Once the buses were offloaded, they began leaving, abandoning all 1,000 of us. Another fleet landed while we surveyed the parking lots, and I realized the rest of our recruits were arriving from around our planet. Pretty soon, this area would be full of 10,000 humans, ready to leave Earth for the adventure of a lifetime. "Listen up!" It was Officer Bates, the same woman from the Long Island facility, barking at us through her drone-amplified speakers. I noticed a hint of impatience in her voice this time. "Please locate your colors on the appropriate residential wings of Building A. You will be sleeping, eating, showering, and training with your teams." The left building was the largest, and I wondered how they were planning on housing so many of us, even for such a short period of time. The orange entrance was first, and I saw Maya chatting with another girl around her own age. I jogged over, hoping I wasn't exceeding my boundaries. I'd only just met Maya, and didn't want to assume we were friends. Surprisingly, she greeted me with a hug, finally breaking free with a big smile. Her grin was infectious, not nervous in the least. "Beck, you did it! This is Carly." She indicated the woman next to her. We shook hands. "Hi, Carly, I'm..." "Beck, I heard all about you. Landing that ship, it must have been scary," Carly said, without a hint of the sarcasm I expected. I found it amusing that people were more scared of what a human might do to them than the Angor. "It was fine. You two ready for training?" "This is going to be incredible. I hope they let me pilot one of the meteor fighters. Those things are killer." "Meteor?" "Sure. Each of their vessels, like Pelora, is equipped with 24 meteors. They're designed to fly in or outside atmospheres and have extraordinary firepower," Maya said. "Where did you hear this? Does everyone know about them?" I asked, not recalling a reference to these smaller craft. She rolled her eyes and glanced at Carly. "I told you he was naive." I frowned at her comment, but stayed quiet. "Beck, you can always find information if you know where to look." "Or you could tell me," I urged. "Nice try." People were pushing past us, eager to get out of the cold. I hunted for any sign of the blue indicator, but didn't see one. "I better run. Catch you later," I told Maya. "Good luck, Colton." She seemed amused at the idea of being here, and I took off, trying to find Desmond. Instead, I saw Franklin leaning against the wall. His cheeks were bright red, and he regarded the people moving around with interest. "You good?" I checked in with him. "Maybe this was a mistake," he said. "Why?" "Too many people." The third series of buses had landed and taken off now, funneling another 1,000 recruits to the training facility near the lake. I'm not sure what I was expecting, but it wasn't this. The area echoed the sounds of a crowd. Everyone was talking in low murmurs. If you tried to hear snippets of conversations, it was almost impossible. "Franklin, you have to stay focused. We're only confined to this building for a couple of weeks tops," I assured him, and started to drag him to the nearest entrance. I noticed the blue markings when we were a few yards from the doors. "Then it's Pelora. For how long?" Franklin was clearly terrified with the idea of being on an alien ship cramped up with 10,000 other colonists. My ears warmed the second I entered the structure, and the tips of my fingers tingled as they began to thaw. "Okay, but that's just a few months and you'll be on Dicor." He grinned at me. "It won't be so bad." "Guess not." Each team consisted of 100 people. It didn't seem like a lot until we were crammed into the small space. There were several sparsely furnished rooms. The largest was lined with 50 double bunks. I noticed 5 rows of 10, and already our recruits had begun to select their beds. The space was nondescript, with a light gray floor and stark white bedding on every bunk. They each had a trunk on either side of them for the recruits to store their meager possessions. All of our packs were labeled and tossed in the middle of the room, and one of the older ladies was calling the name on the tag and handing them out. "Back, Colton!" she shouted, and I retrieved it, finding Desmond proudly holding his. "Hart! Indy!" the lady said, and I couldn't believe it. Her luggage was there, dumped along with the rest of ours. Indy stepped into the room, slamming the door shut behind her. Her aide was nowhere in sight. "What happened? Aren't you staying with the Angor?" She stared at me with bleary eyes. She spoke quietly, as we had a captive audience. "I'm living here." "Aren't you that chick?" the annoying guy from the transport asked. "This chick is the assistant director, and you better watch your mouth," Des said without pause. "Who's going to make me?" the kid with the mop of dirty blonde hair asked. Desmond had him on the ground before I even saw his fist strike out and his boot pressed on the offender's throat. "Now, apologize." The boot dug deeper and the man gasped. "I'm sorry." Des let him go and offered his hand. He took it and allowed Desmond to help him to his feet. "What's your name?" "Ambrose Davenport," he said, rubbing his neck. "No relation to Henry Davenport, I assume?" Indy told him. "That's my father," Ambrose informed her. "Of course it is." Indy grabbed her bags and dragged them into the sleeping hall. People spread out, and I followed her to the edge of the room. "Where's Cyrus?" She sighed. "Look, Colton, he's Angor, and they won't force my aide to be part of our team." "They did it, didn't they?" I asked. "What?" "Removed your title, the bastards." "Nothing so severe. I'm not certain why, but they claim they want me in charge at Dicor. Director Ulasan relayed a message saying I should be made to do the basic training with everyone else, as if I were another colonist." "Then maybe it's not as dire as you think. You want to lead a colony, you should probably know how to survive on it like the rest of us. Want to play it up for the people? You don't want them questioning your authority when the time comes." I tossed my pack to the higher bunk. "Dibs on top." She laughed and sat on the lower bunk. "Fine, but if you snore, I won't hesitate to kick the mattress." "Hey, anyone else having issues with their electronics?" Ambrose asked from a row over. "I tried to send out, but I'm receiving an error." A moment later, nearly all the recruits were checking their tablets and other devices. Indy tested her own and looked up at me with a tinge of fear. "They've cut us off." She spoke with a hint of desperation, but quickly composed herself. "Everyone, it's a pleasure to accompany you in training. My name is Indy Hart, and I'm the assistant director."